Bed Bath & Beyond, as you can see, Bed Bath & Beyond's down just a tad. Didn't sell a lot of stuff, and that might put a little bit of caution in the market up in here. And there's calls that the market's overbought. Well, no joke. What's running the market here? What's been running the market this last week was we started to see a resurgence in buying in FANG stocks, large cap, insane tech stock names, Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, etc., and Netflix, Tesla. All of those names came back in vogue. The reopen trade. No, Johnson & Johnson, 6 women had reportedly blood clots. You know what today's news is? It might have been a hoax. These women, they're investigating it. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure where the news story is from, but apparently the women, or one of them or two of them, know each other or somebody, and they are kind of like anti-vaccine type, conspiracy theorists. I don't know. I don't want to say whack jobs. I don't know. The news story didn't use the term whack jobs. That's a John Person street language, old floor traders term, whack job, nutcase. Somebody that doesn't want to conform to medical science and thinks that, they're going to go out and they're going to do their own vigilante type of disruptive actions and claims. Whack job. That's my definition. Mentally disturbed, off the charts, criminal. I guess there's other terms we could use. In the meantime, regardless what your beliefs are, pro or con vaccine, to come out and make false claims against the company, it should be illegal. There's not like we haven't seen in the last 5 years or 10 years where it was called slander, I think, when you make false accusations. It's also kind of like a Bible thing. Don't make false accusations against your neighbor, something like that. Lying, stuff like that, I guess. But that's okay. It happens in Washington, D.C. every minute, right? I mean, people make false accusations, false statements. There's no repercussions. That's a joke, a little humor on it. Bottom line is, if everyone thought that they're just taking a pause and they're going to investigate this, and that's okay, makes me feel a little bit better. Now, I don't know which is the true story. 6 women, not men, women had blood clots. I don't know. I don't have all the details. The media, I don't know. It's a weird deal. All I can tell you is the market right now today seems to have better readings on reopen trades at this very moment versus I think what was, and again, I don't really know how to describe this market other than what was strong yesterday might be weak today, or it didn't move as much. But when I look at a couple things that are running the market here, stochastics, we've seen market be overbought for the last week, and it's run up since that breakout at 407 up to 14-ish is a little bit 413.53, close to 414 for government work, in my humble opinion. And that, to me, is the profit target area that should have taken place by May, not in 1 week. That's my 2 cents. But markets oftentimes overshoot the runway. It's my contention that coming into the next week up in here, we will now be watchful for pullbacks in here. And I think that, as you saw the market this morning, it's not really pulling off. It should be choppy. We're going to digest this move. In my humble opinion, based on market conditions, you're more apt to want to take, believe it or not that I'm picking a top, but I'm looking at conditions of the market that suggest we should pause this ascent. Certain indicators, our bestest buddy, the big toe, Sergeant Hulka, no. Advanced decline on the Dow is starting to see some relative weakness. When I say relative weakness, the market was greater close than open, but over the last couple of days, as you can see, it's been, the Dow Jones is down just a tad. That volume is a very scary pattern for me. I trust my volume indicator. When I see the day in and day out, or the last 3 days or 2 days in this case, when the advanced decline is weakening in the Dow, I go, okay, who's giving it up? Yesterday, I made comment that the one could weaken and bring the 3 down. And what does that mean? If the Russell's broken down, sometimes we've seen it lead, which is interesting because if everything's hunky-dory, people do want to invest in something that's growth and not value. Value is something that produces a widget. They have a stable market. It's not a gamble kind of thing. Growth is they don't pay a dividend, and it's, and again, that would be kind of like, I don't know where Tesla is considered value, but and thank you, Jaron, for your comment. Your post, Tesla is another one that was up on thin air, and it's perplexed a lot of people and valuations. I mean, I'm a big fan of Elon Musk, and I think the guy's a genius. I don't know about his stock trading close to 800 after a 4-time split, but that's just me. Or was it 5? No, was it 5-time split? Apple was 4 and Tesla was 5. Again, old age, can't remember, CRS syndrome. After the split, it's a big difference between 4 and 5 based on that valuation. It's just a few $1 billion. Who's counting? Bottom line is, I'm looking at the Russell and I talked about this day in and day out, and I'm not sure. Is this a head and shoulders top pattern? It doesn't seem to be with the volume, but the advanced decline here is now broken below both MAs. Now, that's not traditionally a great sell signal. What's a better sell signal is a breakdown and the moving average crossing back underneath said moving average. That generally gives us a stronger sell signal, but it leads to, when you start to see a moving advanced decline break down, and it starts to break down through one support barrier of a moving average, and it breaks down another one, and both said moving averages are hooking lower, it's leading to lower values, or more and more stocks are getting sold, not accumulated. I don't know, it needs a little bit more time. And that's why this week, there really hasn't been much for me to talk about in the live trading room. So, silence is golden. If you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all, I guess. And I've been watching, and that's what I've been reporting, is that I'm watching the positions that we're in. I believe the positions we are in have merit. We're not getting rewarded much relative to the S&P rally, but we're not getting punished either. Moral of the story is, though, it seems to be a very compelling, confusing tape when the few lead the market up. So then you turn to the S&P 500 and you go, well, what do you mean the few? You got the S&P 500, the advanced declines breaking out, and it's a huge breakout in OBV. Volume came in here. To me, that might be a trap, because what's really leading this market, while we have seen a move, we're starting to see this. I don't know. It's gone on long, too long, number one. So it could be a little overbought. And that volume right there could have been, in my humble opinion, someone who was short the market, a hedged position unwound. And that might make sense. The volume momentum is still relative to this rally. I mean, from start to finish, that leg right there is, it shows up in the volume trend, but the momentum, it does not show up in the volume trend. We didn't really break out on heavy momentum of volume. And that, to me, like over here, we had really strong momentum of volume. And back then, we started to see really strong surges. And that's when you saw the real strength and momentum of the market rally. That was last year in April. Bottom line is, I also look at what's the direction of the McClellan oscillator when associated, or the advanced decline associated with said move in volume. That was pretty substantially strong, base building, huge convergence on that low. As you recall, we weren't a seller at that low. We were trying to buy and using cautionary options and small positions. That's why we turned out with a fairly decent year last year. Not every year is equal, but we try. This time around, I got to tell you, momentum. I'm not telling you we have a sell signal per se, but I'm saying we are stalled, and we're probably, we do have signs of overbought conditions, technically speaking. I mean, the momentum could turn on a dime of the volume. We could see a down day. The stochastics is not in a position right now of gaining more strength. It's not uncommon to see the stochastics stay overbought for long periods of time. But it also, when you get into these longer time periods. I often talk about this, which generally I'm right. I'm just early, and you need patience. And right now, I think the market, we could easily see this market sell off. It's hard to see the market go up every single day, 3 weeks straight in a row without any type of a correction when you look at headline news that argues that something's not there. I personally think there's so much liquidity in the market. There's so much money in the market, in not just this market, but Bitcoin, globally speaking. Where do investors put their money? There was so much free money thrown at people, PPE money, this money, that money, state-sponsored unemployment money. People, listen carefully. This is a true story. It is better to sit on your ass and collect unemployment than go get your regular job that was paying you minimum wage in some states, Pennsylvania, Vegas, and California. It's hard to find minimum labor when people are under those guidelines right now. And last quarter, that might reflect that. Now, where's that money going? Well, that money's going into everyday products, possibly. I don't know if it's going into Amazon as much as people think, Microsoft as much as people think. I'm not sure. This is a very dynamic, perplexing economy. There's just no doubt about it. I don't think I've ever seen so much money being thrown at the world and see the market go up and everyone say, yeah, well, we need the stock market up because everyone's in it. Right now, I would say large cap tech names, be careful. I haven't said to be in those names. I don't trust them. We've got a couple trades that should have opened up and didn't win. We're cross fingers on PayPal. PayPal had exposure with a little Bitcoin. PayPal has fintech, and PayPal is underperformed in our time frame of the option trade. But everything else that we have has been a good risk reward ratio. We're still in it. Sectors that should do well, and we'll see where we go from here. But the large cap tech names and the all these others, if someone decides to dump them or maybe lighten the load a little bit, this is a very finicky market that can change on a dime. And I'm saying from today on, I would say sell rallies. That's my 2 cents. So today is again, I would be more apt to be selling rallies today in the S&Ps. We already have a position in the main, on the algo room that would short not too long ago. It's short from, where are we now? The position, strategy position was 36.75. We're at you're up, I don't know, 6.25 points. Not a big deal. But I would say between 41, 33.75 up to 41, 33.75. I don't want to be too precise, but let's call it 3 points. Let's call it 12 ticks from here all the way up to 41.40. In that range, odds are we will be met with selling pressure. So you would want to pay attention today, in my humble opinion, to selling pressure. If I could, and I will, because it's important to me. So if it's important to me, I thought I'd share it with you. So we're going to take a look at the 60-minute on the SPY, not the futures, and take a look at the 60-minute advanced decline. I think it's also imperative to take a look at 60-minute on balance volume. So I'm going to insert a study and go with edit studies. Add a study is what I want to do. And let's go with an on balance volume. So we have a divergence between volume indicators. Which one do you like better? I always prefer my volume indicator, and I've always said it's a smarter trade when you get a market that has what the least of people have to look at, and it has some pretty strong patterns in history. But when my volume indicator, both in the readings of the volume filtered out and the momentum show divergence, but on balance volume does not, I trust this right there. Looking at the 60-minute carrying over from 1 week to the next of the advanced decline, it's actually kind of like a divergence, meaning the market made a lot higher high structure and did not see follow-through strength in the advanced decline from day-to-day readings. So that to me is short-term, how things kind of develop into a top or can turn into relative weakness. So personally today, I think we might see, and as you can tell, if you just look at the advancers versus the decliners, I mean, it's hard to read it, but the market made no new aggressive advanced decline reading higher highs on price structure moving up. That means this is cap weighted. It may be manipulated a bit to make the indexes look strong because that's what the news sees. I'm not sure, but to be honest with you, a lot of the stuff that went up had substantial moves. We talked about it last week. We talked about it Monday. Amazon, FANGs, it's in the newsletter. I think they've run their course a little bit, and that might cause the indexes to go down just a tad or at least stall. So for today, I'm saying be on the lookout, and I'm going to close this window out. Be on the lookout for more selling pressure on rallies. So if the market rallies and the algos go short on the ES day trading model, that might be one to follow through. This week, I've been sharing with you the results of the scans. Now, maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe, perhaps, when I say I have it wrong, maybe it's not updated. So I'll say, okay, let's update it. So start it. And so basically it says all data is up to date. Okay, maybe John's, losing his marbles and doesn't update his stuff, right? That's what we would want to say, right? But that's not the case. Everything is updated. So what does the Starlight say about, wait a minute, 1 second here. We're just going to move forward and double check, go to warehouse. Here we go. Let's take a look at some scans and let's take a look at daily sell signals. Oh boy. You know what? I started something and let's do it one more time. What I did is it said it was up to date, and I did it anyway. Instead of clicking no, I hit yes, and I just stopped it in the middle of the process. Bottom line is we had some really interesting analysis of stocks generating sells to buys. So looking at just I think some of the banks will do all right. I'm hoping Citi comes out. I don't like the fact that all week it's been underneath, and since last week underneath its pivots, but taking out the low by a penny, I think we're all right there. The Russell, I've been talking about this for now, I don't know, it's probably sick of hearing me say it. If the Russell is going to break out, it needs to break out of this inflection point of the green line and a downtrend, which would be more of a trilogy setup, and it won't move every single day. Very narrow ranges here. To try to calculate the market, I'm just trying to tell you guys that I think certain stocks, it's a whack-a-mole market. Every day we hear about get rich quick, Bitcoin. Coinbase has got its launch. We've got 5 IPOs coming out this week. There's more IPOs. I don't know. It just seems that there's so many IPOs out right now, or new companies out. Roblox is one. That's one that I believe in. And we talked about it in the live trading room. But from trading perspective today, to make money, I think today we take we explore the short side and take that a little bit more serious. I also wanted to bring into the picture on volatility products. So let's take a gander just to give you testifiable evidence. And I think the message is today, I would be looking for shorts up against this between yesterday's, the midpoint of that equal and opposite on the SPY, up to possibly probing that 414 number. What would be the new line in the sand for me? A close below, not quite the last 30-minute or last hour trade yesterday, the 230 to 330. But this was an older high that market might find some support, and it's that last conditional change, the low right here to me, which is 411.94 underneath today's daily pivot. Underneath a strong last conditional change. There was a little relative volume in there, And if we get a breakdown underneath that low, I think then you'll start to see another little breakdown. And I guess, I mean, you still have to be cognizant of 408.95. So this is not a breakout trade over the last 2 days. While granted, we did see a move to the upside, I'm more prone to be watchful of the market peter out and trade to the downside from here. I'm not going to take shorts until I see relative weakness. For a day trade, rallies between, and I'll repeat the number, around 33 and a half, let's say up to 40 in that, say, 6.5 point range. I think it's probable that you'll get some shorts today that could be meaningful on day trading. If you're into day trading E-mini S&Ps, follow the ES. It may work out well. The model's been doing okay this week. Other than that, gang, I'm not looking to add a single new buy signal to this market, but I will put a drawing line in the sand. I'll put up the little John Person, what I call my little favorite little line in the sand. And I thought I said the low of that bar is 411.94. So now I got to go in and customize that. 411.94. If you're interested, there's 411.94. And let's go with 411.94. Don't mean to be too precise, but computers are precise. You know, computers know if something closes less than, they jump on it because it's a formula. It's not arbitrary. It's black and white. Less than is not equal to, is not greater than. Less than is less than. So if a market closes less than that line in the sand, my druthers would be, if you're not on the short side, you better watch for a play. And I think over the next first swing trade, overnight trade, you'll see some relative weakness. Stochastics, you know, we've been dealing with a market that's significantly overbought. Overbought conditions, when it's sideways, works itself out on a sideways market condition, but this isn't sideways. This was ballistic up. I do acknowledge that on the on balance volume, the trend has been positive. It would be more preferable to me to also see a divergence on the 60-minute, and I don't have it, but I have a divergence of my volume indicator to OBV. So relative weakness today, if we take out that line in the sand up there, which caused the market, maybe people were thinking, I'm going to get short, there's a hammer. I mean, there were some candle patterns up here that did initiate some people like, hey, I think I'll stab at it. And to me, I think that's what rallied the market yesterday. So if we are going to see, and I guess we could also do this very simplistically, if you just take a simplistic little trend line, all right, and you go, oh, gee, from point A, that was a low, that was your low, an average of the lows. All right, fine. It's still in a nice 45-degree, a low here. And if you break the low on a closing basis of a trend line, I think a lot of other people are savvy enough just to use a simple trend line, and they'll say, hey, I'm going to jump on that. So if a lot of people think the market's overbought and they're nervous and they're willing to take profits, that's how little corrections occur. I'm not calling a top in the market. I'm just calling for a stall and a potential downside for a quick scalp type overnight, maybe trade type condition. Other than that, let's see. We haven't seen any performance out of Labu. We did get Tilray, which Tilray did something that was unique. It went down to like $16 exactly and reverse course. It's still in a sell. We talked about Tilray having the opportunity. All of the pot sector got just annihilated. I'm not sure if that was just, I'm just not sure. I didn't see any headline news of any, I didn't see any positive news that it's going to get legalized, and I didn't see any negative news to say it's illegal. And that was my 2 cents. The energy, Schlumberger, Win should see some upside. I'm hoping that we get this. We got some of the airlines that got beat to crap. Look at JetBlue. Are things opening up in Europe? No, but not right this second. In London, they are actually. So they are positive. If this Johnson & Johnson turns out to be, and I quote the article, a hoax of 6 women, holy shit, I do not want to be those women. You want to talk about a scarlet letter? I don't think the ancient art form of stoning people to death will be popular, but it could be something interesting. All right, I did a pre-market wrap-up to tell you where I stand in the market. We're at that level. We've got a long on the ES. I'm not a big fan, but I'm not going to argue with the algos up there. Volume is pretty good. I would just prefer that if you get a sell signal, I said, let me rephrase. If you get not rephrase, let me reiterate. You get a sell signal up in this zone, then I'm pretty sure you'll get something out of the trade here. All right, so it updated and finish the process. So no, I keep hitting the wrong damn button. Come on, person. Don't do this. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Talk and chew gum. Learn how to do it, pal. Oh, Lord. Don't make me do it. Oh. No, I don't want to do it again. Whew. All right, saved. Daily sell signals yesterday. PPS sell signals. You would think we shouldn't have any sell signals in the market. Local news story. Charles Schwab sends $1.2 million to a Louisiana woman's bank account. I don't know if she took the money out of the bank, bought a car, did whatever. She don't want to give them $1.2 million back. That's a felony. It's not yours. It's, even though you didn't do the stealing, it's considered stealing. It's kind of a banking problem. Well, I don't know. She thinks she's going to get away with it. Finders keepers. Charles Schwab is not in the business of finders keeper. I don't know if you guys heard about that. It was a local news story here. All right, let's take a gander, if you would, if I could. And then we'll try to get into being on the right side of some trades here. Marvel, I look at technology and I go, well, semiconductor. This is supposed to be the best time of the year. There's a shortage of semis, and everything's in a daily sell, and it's weakening or lagging. That's not a positive thing. We did see a massive sell-off out of Intel. Every one of these charts looked the same. We'll see if maybe that was what was good for 1 week is bad for another day, and then we'll see if there's any follow-through relative weakness. But I wanted to go a couple names that was really, really spooky, and it shows up here, was U.S. Steel. Remember, I think, Bonnie, you were in U.S. Steel, and I said, man, this thing's so volatile. I mean, volatile is just not the word for it. I mean, it goes up, it pulls back. I mean, these aren't smooth moves. I mean, giving everyone the false sense of, oh, it's going to break out and go finally. And then it's what took the market up in 5 days, took the market down in 7. Let's review. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it took 5 days to go up, 7 days to go down. I don't know what to make of this. It's just, that's the environment we're in. Nothing's to be kind of trusted. So the market's training us to maybe get in, get out, and is it really investing or is it just trading? I think that the investment in the long side of the market is still some of the banks. I don't trust a sell signal in regions. I didn't buy regions. I'm not in regions. I didn't tell you to buy regions or some of these banks, but this is why there's maybe relative weakness in the Russell. Russell has the KRE, and a lot of these banks are in the Russell. So here's an interesting component of this trade. The relative strength has been weakening in regions on a weekly basis, but there's no volume. So this could be just a small, slight head fake, and maybe it has a chance to get back to the low end of the trading range for a while. But I'm just going through the quality and the names of buys versus sells today, and where do they exist. The fact is, on a strong market, we shouldn't have 186 new fresh sell signals. That's my 2 cents. As always, to be thoroughly transparent, how many buy signals did we get? 86. In the last couple days, did you notice that? I mean, I know you guys have been around every day. Thank you very much for that, tolerating me. But in the last few days, on a rally of the equities, the underlying market is not that strong. And I'm seeing every single day I walk in here, I have every single day more sell signals than buy signals. And that is an area of concern for me. Do I chase Spotify? Maybe Spotify's got some upside for a short-term play. It did generate a daily buy. It's an improved relative strength. It might be a good thing. Remember Snowflake? That was another one that's like been under the radar. This is a daily chart. The yellow moving average is not pointing up. I would prefer, if I'm going to go long on something, to be participating with stronger, longer term and intermediate term volume. Snowflake, I don't know what their story is. People loved it there, we didn't, and now it's here. So I look at some of the quality of the buy signals and I go, man, that's even looking like a head fake. So I think, Zoom video. All right, that's another one that's, I don't know what to make of the long-term volume. The relative strength's not improving. Does that make my final decision? No, but it looks just like Snowflake. Look at the pattern. Look at the volume. It's a little bit better, maybe. The relative strength might be a little bit better, but I don't find this to be something compelling that I want to be a buyer on. Anyway, today I think it is apt to look at shorts at the highs between the 33 and up to 40 when you get a generated sell signal. I think the market is trapping everyone every day to get in. You're missing, and the fear of missing out is prevalent. And the last thing I wanted to cover, besides the ratio of buys versus sells, what I think is important, is to also go up and take a gander at the volatility. So where do we stand? VXX. So I don't know if you see this, but I don't know what the relative strength versus the ES should be. It should be negative. If the S&P is going up, then the VIX should be down. And I go, well, that's an interesting observation, that the VIX is seeing some relative improvement in its daily PMC ratings. What? I don't know about you, but something doesn't smell right there. I don't know. It just doesn't have the flavor of that. It doesn't compute to me. So let's take a look if I could, and I'm going to try to reset the range and go with this histogram and go with the momentum of volume. We're at new highs. We're at blistering new highs. And yet I can't seem to get anyone to want to believe and sell the Dickens on a daily basis, the VXX at these lows. Is it because maybe either A, it's at an impasse, B, people feel it's going to go for a split, so institutional traders don't want to touch it right this second, but something is not right, even if you look at the condition of how it's trading, price to moving average or volume action, let alone what about the percent move? And let's go to studies, and we're going to add, because quite frankly, I really haven't done enough old data back testing on the relevance of the PMC indicator. Bear with me a second, but I found it to be an interesting, I've seen it a couple times and it's helped us out. It should be here. I mean, just, little things I might be overcomplicating things, but let's see, PMC is up. PMC, where the heck did I put it? I probably bypassed it. The font is pretty small for me. Yeah, it's improving. I mean, just improving after a rally. After a rally and it weakens at the highs. Perfect. You want to get short on the VXX? Perfect. But when the PMC starts to improve and it kind of leads up to short-term spikes. So I'm not telling you it's a bad indicator. It might not be in and of itself. It might be leading indicator that if the market is going to go up, then we shouldn't see the PMC reading of the VIX going up or improving. That's the moral of the story. So it tells you to, I'm just a different way of looking at the market and saying if you want information that says, should you be aggressively long anything right now? I would have to tell you my work is suggesting no. I got several different technical indicators that say it's got some concerns. All right. A week or 2 weeks ago, not so much. I was bullish as all get out, and now we're up here. Our positions, can we do better? Absolutely. That's what makes this market tricky. Finding the right stock and not losing our ass. I think hanging on and having the idea that buying pullbacks, letting the market come to you is pretty important. Being in certain names, I think, is also pretty good. A lot of our positions haven't really outperformed relative to the market itself because of one main factor. People are buying crazy ass stuff, and crazy ass stuff would be Amazon at the highs. AMZN. That's crazy. I can't buy Amazon up here at a quarterly pivot resistance. I can't tell you to buy it. And I can't sell it because I don't have a day trade sell signal. But if those names go down, if those FANG stocks stay here or see some relative weakness, we get an index that pulls back. And I think that's if anything we know about the market is absolutely tricky. And so bottom line, what was weak last week might be strong this week. What was strong last week might be weak this week. And if that theory is correct, the equities, or at least the ES, can have a small pullback somewhere where it's at from here down. We'll watch the first hour. Advanced decline is 330. And to me, I just got to tell you, I'm more setting up for a short. And it might not happen for option expiration, but I am setting up more for a short of the overall tech names that have taken off a little too much. Anyway, that's my report. That's my 2 cents. I wish I had to say, hey, I'm going to get you rich today to retire right this second. I just don't have that trade right this second. But do trust the algos. They seem to be providing consistency. They're not catching every trend. No one catches every trend. That's what position trading's for if you want to stay with the long-term trend. Coinbase will be an interesting IPO. I'll wait to see what the price structure comes out there. And then lastly, biotech. We want to see if we can get a breakout in IBB. This is April. Semis and biotech is its strongest time frame to be in the market. So that's it. Thank you very much. I did talk about Intel. That's all right, Andy. I mean, I brushed by it. I mean, Intel just pulled back off the highs with a lot of the semis. But Intel still looks to me, I mean, it's 64.5. You had a weekly equal and opposite. It pulled back the value. It's right where it was. I don't think anyone bought it at 68. I don't think. I hope not. And it could be a pullback. We'll find out. It's not huge, but I do want to be concerned about the fact that today's scans and you know what, I'm going to change this up because this is kind of cool. How many daily low close dojis and new sell signals populated together? Not many, but Stitch Fitch. I mean, I don't see anything. KLA, there's a semi. Marvel's a semi. Regionals, I already covered. Blah 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 blah. So let's take a look at individual new low close dojis, and we go on down the line. Texas, NXPI, Marvel, Intel, right in there. I mean, that to me is, I can't lie to you. I don't like it, but I mean, I look at the volume and I go, wow, it looks like the longer term volume is off the charts. So it's right pulled back into support. Intel still has a shot. So when I say it still has a shot, if that weekly volume starts to trend lower and we get a close less than the prior week's low, then you're just done. And then we move on. But until then, it pulled back, and then I'll let you know by Friday. That's it. Thanks for listening. Again, I said, and I want to reaffirm, the market is more vulnerable for a pullback here between 33.5 up to 40 on a sell signal. Not pick a spot and get short. No, on a sell signal. I want to make sure everyone heard me. I should make everyone say, raise your hand. Don't skim through and only listen to two things out of that whole sentence, which, John said to sell short. It's not what I said. We should see some relative weakness somewhere between 33.5 up to 40, relative weakness. And on a sell signal, I think scalpers, short-term day traders, follow your algo. If it gets into a trade, it should be pretty decent. If we're going to see at least a pause in this ascent or a 3 to 4 day correction, it's going to come from now, raise the bar, 411.90. A close underneath trend and 411.90 and pivot heightens the maybe the dramatic sell-off. The market, my problem here is this is the kind of market environment that the sell-off could be one big ass bar and it goes all the way down to 410, and then you're like, what do I do now? So I'm thinking that if the market is going to see some internal weakness, it's going to have, and it is just showing that internal weakness, it's going to have to maybe demonstrate people's willing to take profits up in here. That's it. All right. Thank you all very much. I shall return. It's, it's nice to find out that one day the stock gets punished with a hammer like a JetBlue or a Schlumberger, and the next day they come in on, I don't think there was, does anyone ever hear any news on JetBlue? I mean, what causes a stock, both Schlumberger, JetBlue, to be up over 3%? I don't, it just doesn't, I didn't see an earnings. I didn't search, once again, I'm not want to say I'm lazy, but I didn't search for news on Schlumberger or maybe even Nordstrom, which is also up almost 3%, or JetBlue. Or American Airlines. I mean, was that all because of the Johnson & Johnson story, potentially a hoax? Another trade we have on that we need to address by this week is Boeing. I thought the Monday, I said we were, I believe, was it Monday? I think it was Monday, or maybe it was yesterday. The days are melting into each other. We have a free trade there. Market went to 246. And an hour later, it's at 254. And now today we're at 257. So we have to address that trade because it was a free trade, but you're long and you have premium and you have money. So if it's a free trade, do you want to hang on to this to the last dripping minute of option expiration? We can. Why not? It's a free trade. So I would go with that. And then just let it run. Or if you've got a couple options and you're nervous, take off one and have one for what we call S&G, smiles and grins. And that ends today's on a positive note, because the real phrase is not smiles and grins. I'll talk to you later. It's lastly, we're at a new high for the year in all the foreign ETFs, by the way. For the year, I said. I didn't say for 2020, but for the year, we are EWU, the UK, breaking up. We have upside out of the Europeans, the Italians, our good friends with the vowels at the end of their names, doing down a little bit today. Japan. Should we not do the Olympics? You know, they did a little PR stunt on TV with the Olympics, and they dropped the curtain for the Olympic symbols with the the zeros, the O's, the Olympics, the word O, whatever, right? Five, is it 5 circles linked together? And it's interesting that on stage, because it was a stage PR television thing in Japan, that the officials weren't wearing masks, and they have a breakout of COVID, and they're concerned. I'm like, wow, they don't even bullshit around and do a stage deal like John Kerry. I'll wear my mask when I'm in front of the camera, but I'll take it off because I think it's ridiculous. I don't know. I'm just joking. I didn't mean to pick on John Kerry, but I had to. Moving forward, I could have gone with Nancy Pelosi, but I decided not to touch it. Let's see now. But the Japanese, I found that to be like, man, here you are. You got a huge outbreak. You're trying to promote, safety, and none of the officials were on TV doing the curtain dropping, promoting the thing. We're wearing masks. I found that to be humorous, just mind-boggling to the degree of the insanity. Again, the hypocrisies, the level, the depth of hypocrisy. How do we make money today? Well, today we've got some of the stocks. We got Pinterest, by the way, top end of the range. It's trading range. I mean, I can't buy this stock at the top end of a trading range. Can I sell it? I don't have that trade. When I say top end of the range, you guys would say, well, what is he looking at, man? It just broke out of this range. Yeah, but it's at the top end of the range, and the volume's not really there, and the volume's been going down. And here it is at the top end of a weekly chart. Just always look at your higher time frame. Do you want to buy this? Does this look like a breakout? I don't see it as a potential breakout. To me, at this point, it's still testing these highs. So it makes it a tough case to say, I'm going to buy it. It's up 4% today. Well, knock yourself out. I don't think it's got Pinterest to follow through. I'm not sure. So it's a little perplexing, some of these names, to wanting to be buying in this environment right now based on those, conditions. Let's call it that way. If the economy is going to go open up again, then Viva Las Vegas, it'd be my choice. If the economy is going up again, Viva JetBlue, get on a plane and fly me anywhere. Let's go see Dave P. out in California. I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'm going to be back again. Get me out to the sunny paradise of California. Dave will hook us all up as an Airbnb in his place, too, if we go to visit, and give us surfing lessons. I know he's that kind of a guy. Dave, I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're all right on the mend. Insight. I have no words for Insight. None. Scumbags. Penny pinching scumbags. Utilities. Nordstrom's. Long live shopping at Nordstrom's. Reopen the globe. But I don't know about Amazon. And it's down 50. By the way, yesterday, Amazon ended up on a daily, a doji. Do you buy Amazon? Do you sell Amazon? Do you sell credit call spreads? I'll tell you what you would do is, if we close below, at the very least, and generate Amazon, there is a little doji. What was the condition of the rally, too? So my volume momentum is not great. The volume trend was pretty good. The relative strength outperformed. The momentum starting to show some relative weakness. When you get momentum driven weakness and markets try to rally to new highs, you watch for sell signals. The momentum is weakening, so I'm not watching to take a buy signal up against a massive top. What I would be looking for is to see if we get confirming evidence of more relative weakness. And so therefore, here's one that would be in the theme of today's topic. A lot of these larger cap names that drove the indexes up ballistically in a very short period of time, Amazon, Facebook, Netflix, are all kind of demonstrating a little bit of weakness. We can't buy it. I can't. And I can't quite sell it. I don't have a day trade or even an overnight or end of day sell signal yet. But it doesn't tell me that I want to be a buyer or on a potential low close doji. So revisit Amazon at the end of the day. So this is where I start looking for like signs or tells that the market's kind of exhausting itself. All right. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. We certainly have a lot to digest. It's okay. Some of our positions are doing better than others, and we'll move on from there. Thanks again, everybody, and I'll be back in just a few. Oh, as Amazon has a potential low close doji setup, by the way, GameStop has a potential high close doji buy setup. GameStop, right? Ironically, yesterday Roblox had an insane nice day. Today, they just smacked it down. So there's not like US Steel. This is all kind of like it has great momentum to the upside. You chase it, and then you find yourself in trouble. And this is that type of environment where we need to be a little bit careful up in here and just quick. If we get a trade, how many trades have we been like win, made us money, and then all of a sudden, bang, it just out of nowhere pulled the plug. So it's just it shows that we have to be a little bit quick on certain things, and like that's why I made mention this morning. If you still have any of the Boeing on, you have an opportunity to take some money off the table. But since it again in that case it's a free trade, money is money. Don't just maybe have a little bit more exposure, because if people want to get squeezed on Boeing or things open up and the airline sector is doing well, you may want to run Boeing into the close. I think yesterday's headline news spooked a little people. It got us to be filled in certain things, or at least a chance to get filled in certain things. And then, the last thing I want to ever tell people to ever buy in my lifetime is this crappy company called AT&T. The CEO should be thrown in jail, locked up. I'm thinking, what was that? I forgot the punchline, just escaped me. Where they throw the guy, the twin, the king, and they put a mask on him and throw him in jail. That should be the CEO of AT&T. D'Artagnan should not rescue him at all. All right, moving forward. Banks tomorrow. All of them. The big boys. Not all of them, but the banks tomorrow. Today, it's stories about whatever got slammed yesterday because of the Johnson & Johnson stories getting bid up, and that would be American Airlines, JetBlue, and the airlines, and that would be good for Boeing as well. All right. I did do a little due diligence because I was curious. JetBlue was up on an upgrade by JP Morgan. Screw them. Schlumberger's up because rigs were the stable from the week prior. I mean, that's the big news. I mean, to me, an upgrade is not really, I don't know. It's okay. We'll take it. I'm not complaining, but it's not on any substantial news. I think the market's just back and forth. It's waiting for news. What's the only news that we have? Earnings coming out and open up the world and find out what demand is going to do. The market's priced in what it's priced in. And again, a stock, in my humble opinion, is only worth what someone's willing to pay for it, and if a company makes a widget. And that's why Tesla's always a perplexing avenue, and long-term growth. It's interesting. It's now, and Chipotle Mexican Grill is the same place. Anyway, by the way, I went to point this out to you. You know how I've always talked about McDonald's and a great play it was, what was that, about a month ago? About the cleanest bathrooms in Europe concept, right? McDonald's is at a great company to get in. I actually took my grandson Sunday because he wanted a chicken nuggets, not McNuggets. He just wanted chicken nuggets. So we went and drove over and got a Happy Meal. Do you guys have any idea? Has anyone been to McDonald's lately? Do you know how much this stuff is? Screw Bitcoin. You better invest in Bitcoin because, man, if you got grandkids and you take them to McDonald's, you better make some money. Do you know how much a large fry was? Like $3.79 for large fries. The bill was like $17. I was like, what? For what? Mary wanted something. I remember the commercials where you could get fries, a Coke, and a burger, and you'd get a nickel back on $1, right? 95 cents. Remember those days? I'm sure you don't. And don't admit it if you do. But that was back in the 70s, I think, the late 70s, maybe. You could get a regular hamburger, a regular fry, and a small or medium Coke, whatever it was, for 95 cents. That was in the 70s. Wow. And you'd get a nickel back. That was their big thing. You'd get a nickel back. Someone hand you $1 and here's your meal for under $1, right? And you got a nickel back. Long and the short of it is $3.79, I believe, was the price on a large fry. I went, what do you fry these in? I have no intentions of ever going back to McDonald's. I put a sell recommendation on those scumbags, Jaron. So no, I won't do it. The fries were actually not even that good as I remembered them. I was quite disappointed. They were not really, they weren't crunchy. They were probably cooked like the night before. I don't know. I'm just telling you. All right. 33 and a half up to 40. We didn't get a sell signal, but look at the volume on the 5-minute. It's starting to do some relative weakness. It isn't an active long on the ES, and it is up a couple bucks. But I would say, to me, with that volume structure weakening, that plays into my kind of concept. Also, look at the SPY 60-minute. While it's not in any trade, look at the 60-minute volume indicator showing a little divergence. I'm just telling you, be careful up in the air. This could be, and it also SPXL. I mean, it's making newer highs, and that to me is a slight divergence, as I've just pointed out to you. Okay, open higher, trade lower is a bad sign on Bitcoin for a small little correction. I'm not saying it's going to go down for zero, but it also has that relative volume weakness, which is another weird deal. So I think all what we're seeing here is what was strong last week is weak this week. What was weak is getting a little bit stronger or recovering off the lows. Thanks for your post. Yes, KHC, which ironically, wait for the markets to come to you. Don't chase them. Is there a shortage of Kraft Heinz? Is there a shortage in demand for people wanting, I don't know, is that a reopen trade? I'm not quite sure, but I like the fact that the longer term volume was still good. I don't like the double doji on a weekly basis. It just fell back to the MAs, and this could be a good trade. So stops are not for sissies, but there it is. Thank you very much. Who posted that? Was it Jaron? Trev. Thanks, Trev. And here it is. All right, Tilray went to 16 and change yesterday. Did not see the kind of breakout or volume structure I would expect, nor did the entire sector. So maybe it has a day or two. We want to wait to watch this, and I will lay you on when I'm stalking that trade. There's another one I'm stalking. No pun intended, right? Because pot stocks, seed stocks, stalking the pot trade, stock. Never mind. I'm sorry. I figured Joe was good for that type of joke, but. There it is. Leave it alone. I knew you were going to be there, Joe. That's it. All right. Thank you. I can count on you. You guys are awesome. All right. I should have said, up in here, it just probed. Oh, and there's the exit on the long on the ES algo. Long live the algo. It didn't go short, but it is no longer in a long. Matter of fact, nothing's really in anything. The board is now flat. Now, that's got to be weird because that also might indicate the algo room as the only thing it's in is the VXX short position, which I would imagine would cover. Look at the VXX. Look at that volume indicator. That don't look wholesome either. So if there is a period for correction, it would be today. And I'm sorry, I was off. If I thought 33 and a half up near 40. We had a high of 42 and a half. So I'm not saying I'm perfect, but at this point, if we do get a weakness in the breadth, it gives you a better odds of a pullback. So if the breadth gets back down around 305-ish, you could easily see change. Got a lot of stock. A lot of stocks are up marginally today. Marginally means Starbucks, 32 cents, for example. 26 cents, but it's still positive. It's in the S&P 500. I mean, Tesla, it's up $6, but I mean, a $6 move in Tesla is like less than 1%. It's like 0.75%. Gapped higher open, traded lower. We'll see what happens there. Apple's down just a tad, 133.69, down 74 cents. We'll watch for that. It's generated. It's working on a 60-minute. Apple is working on a 60-minute sell signal, by the way. Let's take a look at Apple. As go Apple, sometimes as goes can the market, right? We said it has a seasonal strength to it, but by the way, that's the volume indicator right there. That's a divergence, and that tells me to pay closer attention for a pullback today in the overall market. If this locks into a sell, it's going to weigh on the market. It's vulnerable. The momentum weakened. The volume is negative, and it's not concluded yet, but it would add to, I'm just trying to point out inconsistencies of the market and how we can trade it. All right. It's also the only other news is IPO release, right? So don't be cleaning the fishbowl on IPO release day. Bottom line, they say that in the movie The Wolf of Wall Street. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. I thought, you're doing what? It's IPO release day. On IPO release day, what are you doing? I have extra time. I'm just cleaning my fishbowl. I found that to be just bizarre. I didn't know people brought fish bowls to their office brokerage firm with the little goldfish. That character didn't seem to fit the motley crew of Jordan Belfort's operation either. And I bring IPOs up because we have, I think Coinbase is highly anticipated. It's expected to open. I don't know, $350. Is that the buy? Is that the buy of the century? Do you wait 3 weeks on an IPO like that? That's the. I'm just looking at a couple other items here on some news. The 38.5 print. I would say we don't have anything indicating to do a whole lot right this very second. Russell's up because Labu's up. Russell's up. We got a couple energy up. PayPal, I don't want it down. I need it up. And Apple is digging a deeper. Apple's also at the point of closing below its daily pivot. Let's take a look at that, by the way. That's an interesting observation. If you're looking for a sign of a trade, or if you're looking for a clue of strength or weakness of the market, I've always pointed out, take sells when the market breaks underneath pivot. If the market's truly strong, pivot acts as a support. Market trades north of pivot, and now we've got a sell signal, and it's south of pivot underneath a weakening condition of volume here. It hasn't closed below the pivot, and that's only a 15-minute chart. I am also keeping my eye on that observation. It seems to help me a little bit. It keeps me out of trouble. 60-minute is the better preferred view. Now, I'm not saying we sell Apple, but I would say if Apple starts to show relative weakness here at this secondary higher high under divergence, it may weigh in under the indexes. And so the indexes, it would support the idea to take some shorts on sell signals today in this zone between 33.5 and 40 in the E-mini S&Ps. That's my 2 cents. There's a doji, but it's not a official low close doji because 1, 2, 3, this would be 4, but it would provide a PPS sell signal under pivot. Might see a little pullback. I mean, I'm not saying a huge one, but there is a little tiny itsy bitsy gap down there around 31. Let's call it the gaping hole, somewhere around in here. I mean, 31.70, 31.80. Let's just leave that number. I mean, we could see a little pullback. Apple pulls back from 30 to a $2 pullback in Apple would probably be good for, I don't know, maybe a 9-point move in the S&P, something like that, 8 points. So that's it. A short-term trade up against these highs on signals. And you're starting to show some, interesting setups on stocks up in here. Not picking a top once again. I'm just showing there's some relative weakness here and stuff that should be going up. Netflix today, what was strong is weak. Netflix is now generating a threshold of, it was, as you recall, gapped higher yesterday, and it was part of that whole FANGs sector that rallied the market. Today, Netflix will generate a daily PPS sell signal below its pivot. Ouch. So we do have cautionary indicators here to tell you, short-term trades, blah, 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 but not to chase some of these higher valuation names. Just to give you proof positive, There's your Netflix. Okay, that blinking down. I'm looking at it. I go, oh, there's an interesting one too. So, I mean, if you bought it yesterday thinking, oh, it's going up, it's, weekly high close doji, PPS buy. I wasn't a big fan. I know I covered it. I said, I don't like stocks that have relative weakness in its long term momentum. It doesn't mean it can't trade and test the highs. I'm just not going to, can you get off that freight train fast enough? You can't sell it. You can't buy it. It's not in a great spot, and it's vulnerable for sell-off. So if you bought it yesterday thinking, hey, world's great, or 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I mean, you're in trouble right now. That's all. I'm already in trouble. I don't need to get into add to my troubles, right? So there's where I'm at. In trouble referencing option expiration this week for PayPal and Win. Now, Wendy's is going to be a monthly high close doji. Wendy's had a high close doji for the week. Wendy's volume looks a little bit better. Wendy's has the frosty. Wendy's has got momentum. Wendy's is a restaurant play that I would, with their chili on road trips, blow your frat buddies out of the door. But Wendy's seems to have some upside. Sonic is another summertime play. Sonic's got some good stuff too. I don't look at it, but I mean, if you're not concerned about calories and junk food and stuff like that, I'm just throwing that out there. I prefer a Wendy's frosty and a Wendy's chili before I'll go back to McDonald's for large fries at $3.90, 79 cents, and then there was tax on top of it. Probing. Keep those doggies moving. It's a rotation. It's unbelievable. This is dynamic. On a sell signal, we have no sell signals. Okay, say hello to my little friend. My little friend is indicators. And without weakness, do not pick the top. I was looking for the market to show relative weakness between 33 and 3/4, 33 and a half, up to 40. We're at 41 and 3/4 with a spike high, probing the market with no volume. Not sure who's doing what, but SQQQ just popped into a long position. Volatility's got maybe a little. Next hour will tell the tale with the VXX with its volume trend, but we are getting rotation. Old school economy stuff, Lumberjay, the energies, Kinder Morgan. Let's get this thing open, and then maybe perhaps we see the relative weakness of what was strong was weak, and it may form some weakness out of the SPY and the Qs. We'll find that out. Russell is breaking out potentially because on the back heels of Labu. I'm not really all that excited because we have a partial position, most of us, in this small little company called Insight. If you're familiar with one of our picks, I think Trev mentioned about, if you look at today's low on Kraft Heinz, I can't tell you Monday, the lower open got us filled on a few things, and some didn't, right? So we did get, like yesterday, JetBlue. There's no point in punishing a lower open, showing a hammer, knocking somebody out of their long trade. Not us. We picked up on it, right? We let the market pull. And then the next day they upgraded. You can't tell me that some scumbag on a trading desk at JP Morgan didn't know that they were going to upgrade that on the list. And somehow the book sold it off yesterday on JetBlue. And then the very next day they upgraded. Come on, man. This is so skanky. It's almost, it's laughable if you understand that this market is out to just stick it in your ass. And that's the bottom line. And that's why sometimes I just find that to be, I don't know about you, but how do you spike the market down like JetBlue yesterday, and then the next day JP Morgan mysteriously upgrades it? Does anyone else following me here, or should I just shut up? But I'm glad we weren't the ones with the stops versus the orders down there below. So we'll see if that Insight, I think only Brian got filled. Maybe some other traders got filled, but that was another one. Lower open. How in the hell do you see a market go down, slap people in the face, stop them out, and then 2 days later just rocks to the upside? Now, again, Insight's not rocking to the upside. It's only up about, 3%, 2.75%, but it's up decently, $2. It's a nice trade. Anyway, what was weak should be strong, and I'm just saying for the S&Ps as a day trade, I hope I was very adamant about that. We should see some relative weakness. So if we get a sell signal here, Apple sells off, good stuff for our positions, hopefully, at least a correction or a pullback or a pause in this ascent. And you can start to see these long shadows on the SPY as the market's getting closer to that 414. You're seeing some rejection. The first candle yesterday at the 230 bar, next bar was rejected. Then it came back, probed it, tested it. Probing. Keep those doggies moving, rawhide. It's probing, and I think that's the key. We're starting to see the larger cap stuff maybe not work its way, and we're seeing the other open reflationary trades. Schlumberger, how the hell does that go up 5% in one day? Amazing. Anyway, if you were having an okay day or a bad day yesterday, today's a better day. And that's the good thing about these markets sometimes. You know, the market right now has that flavor. I'm not going to go 99 all over again. You know, with Y2K, someone who's making an observation that they feel the market. I think this is so unique of a market environment with global pandemic, global money, Bitcoin, China, open borders of trade. In 1999, we didn't have any of that. And obviously, we didn't have as much technology, and the internet was probably, just getting its Lucent technology was the big one, right? WorldCom, Enron. I've lived through some stuff that's just eye curdling, and some of you have too. I know that. So I'm giving credit there. But this market has this, I don't know, end of Bush era feel to it. The housing crisis was not developing, but there was liquidity, there was money, there was madness, there was get rich quick. Everyone could get rich. Young kids were flipping houses, buying 3 and 4 homes. Now young kids are buying equities and Roblox. It's and Bitcoin. It's another. I don't know. I don't know if it's a mania or whatever, but I would certainly say that it's exciting to make a few $100,000 in an hour or two trading. It really is. But a lot of people like what noticed with GameStop when it went to $500. That was a mania. It was all in the news. And we seem to have the same formula over and over again that no one gets off as much the train ride. And right now, I'm not sure if this is a mania in here. I'm just talking out loud now, mind you. And it's a very strange, perplexing environment when companies, and this is what we will, I guess they separate the chaff from the wheat, so to speak. Is that the old phrase? You separate the chaff from the wheat. And this is earnings season, which we will find out how sustainable some of these moves are in these cap-weighted sectors, cap-weighted, capitalization-weighted sector stocks, Amazon, Netflix, blah, 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 FANGs, and how good other companies or bad other companies are doing. So, for example, can we continue this torrid pace of gains in or valuations with a company like a Target, a Costco, these big behemoths and the Home Depots and things like that? We're going to have to start looking to these companies in the market to earn their right to trade at these multiples and earn their right to trade at these price levels. If earnings come out and fairly disappointing, it's going to be a rough go. But the market is definitely supported by free money all over the place. And that's why I say, if we can open up and people spend money, in areas like getting on a plane. Who wants to travel? Who wants to see rock concerts again? Who wants to sit there? If you noticed at the Masters, it was and I'm just telling you human nature. When the weather changes and it's super nice and you're telling people you can't get together, or you tell people you can get together. And when you get like maybe some local favorite rock bands, start there. And then you'll start with mid-tier bands. And then you'll start with maybe the popular names if they get back. And then the country music scene starts again. And then all of a sudden you get some big acts. And I don't want to say like, Aerosmith or big acts, the old school stuff, like the Rolling Stones. Mick Jagger's been working out feverishly. So, these boys and girls, I'm telling you right now, I don't know. I always thought that it would be, truthfully, if anyone was going to pass, it would be Ronnie Woods, because he's still a partier. And, when you're in your 70s and you're partying, like, and I don't mean like a cocktail or two, I mean, alternative products, it's a little interesting. But I'd love to see that what happens to people travel again. You remember was it Glastonbury, the Isle of Wight concerts over in the UK? I mean, you got this other one that's in Tennessee. I forgot what it's called. I mean, you get not Citronella. For the life of me, I can't remember the names because I'm winging this off the top. I'm not reading a script, but the one that's out there in California with a couple years ago, they had The Who, they had Paul McCartney, they had the Stones. That was about maybe 5 years ago. I mean, it was absolutely earth shattering, rocking. I mean, can you imagine the travel and the opening up there? Venues again. Right now, we've got two senators, Marco Rubio and oh, he used to be our governor. God, I hate these punchlines of winging stuff. I should probably script this out first, and I sound more articulate and intelligent. Rick Scott, and they're trying to propose a bill to the CDC. Is, hey, what's the story with this cruise line industry? You know, I mean, it's crazy. You had, I think last week, the guy who's the CEO of Carnival out saying, you know, we got cruises that are over in Europe, like very limited, but I mean, we've had like no infections, blah, blah, blah. And we've talked about this in the room. I mentioned how much a gallon of bottom paint costs. Ablative gallon paint, copper, 60%, blah, 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 something like $2.10 a gallon. Limited quantities on top of it because manufacturing, again, that's an inflation thing. How much does it cost to maintain a boat? I mean, just sitting in the water, it's going to rust. You're going to see stainless steel. So maintaining it, the amount of cash burn is insanity. So you're going to have to start to see things open up. The question is, will people go out? And the answer is, in my humble opinion, in droves. They'll be gone. History. So I think that it's not just the reopen, but we're now 15 months now, friends. We're 15 months into COVID. At one point, something's going to give, and you're going to have to start working on this. Do we go back to offices? Companies in Manhattan, companies in Chicago, are they doing well? No. Real estate trust. Do they go back to work? There's a lot of unanswered questions that I'm not sure people are answering or asking for that matter. But I would always say I've not been one to be an investor in Carnival Cruise Lines or Royal Caribbean because I think they're a little, or SeaWorld for that matter, I think they're a little overdone, but we are starting to see some give up in that space. I think if anything, adults can drive, they can fly. And if entertainment comes back, the one place that would thrive would be Vegas. And so I wanted to sum this up with, when we have a option that expires Friday, I will be back on that trade and roll into something at expiration. Same thing on PayPal. I know a lot of people prefer to be in Square, but this might be held back because of options expiration, and I'll look at a near-term play on Friday or Thursday. We'll get into that. You know, I would have to tell you, I'm all right with like the agricultural sector. You know, I think we had our fingers on the gist of commodities going higher. What has not moved higher is well, that's not necessarily true. The beef industry, it's down. It's a little bit weaker right now. But, you know, prime grade cuts go to restaurants like Sparks in New York. Pretty crazy little restaurant there. Our boys up in Chicago, whether it be Gibson's with the bone-in filet, whew, man, good stuff right there. And then finally, you look at what's going on in the grain complex. I mean, we haven't seen soybeans. If they trade off of $14, it's not for more than an hour. It goes under 14, goes over 14, and it's always stuck at 14. Corn prices are up. So, you know, we've got, by the way, I'm bringing that to your attention because corn today, it's only up another dime on top of yesterday's rally and a breakout in corn prices. And I'm wondering, what did I do to us by putting us in ConAgra? And I've always joked and said, not joked, but I'm like, you know, what's with these guys? They're in the industry. They know what's going on. Are they just idiots? Are they paying themselves too much? What's the story? We're in a late stage boom cycle. We got a monthly PPS buy. It pulled back to midpoint. We should see some acceleration. I mean, they're like end users, producers, providers. They're not buyers. And so therefore, they should be doing a lot better than what they are. I'm hoping this is a delayed reaction, to be honest with you. But in the ag stocks, you know, they're up a little bit today, but Archer Daniels Midland is up a little bit. Bunge, which Bunge is not just up a little bit. Bunge is the stock symbol BG. It's up almost 4% today. They're into the shipping, the Bunge industry, as well as providing, transport and things like that. Then again, there's Mosaic, which we were early on last year with and made money. It's not really gone anywhere because it's a fertilizer company. And yet right now, with, let's say, April coming around, with corn prices where they are, what's going to happen to farmers? Do they want to plant more corn or more beans? And to me, it's the weather patterns is going to dictate that. If you don't get your corn in fast enough, then you can plant more acreage in soybeans later. The point is that all of that sector is doing well today. There's a small little company, you may have heard about this, and I'm sorry I didn't put us on this one, Intrepid Potash, and it's up, 9-10% today, but doesn't mean anything to me because it's been down sharply over the last month. So if we are to see a rotation into main staple items, let's call it, and not frivolous get-rich-quick stuff like Amazon or Netflix and the high flyers or technology, that's where investment funds want to be. I'm not sure it's the true value, and that's my take. I like what we're in, and I like how it behaved, such as, example, JetBlue. I like how we're trying to price in and anticipate the market being tricky and knowing it's tricky. And, hopefully we'll be rewarded for it in the next week or so with the positions we currently have on. And not every one of them, we have to admit, is going to do well. So I would say the whole headline story with the semiconductors, Intel, an American company, building like there's no tomorrow at their plant in Arizona. What happened Monday, when it fell out of bed near the orange line in the sand, which is a profit target as well as an area of interest. That's why it was a caution or yellow or orange up there. That sucked. I'm sorry about that. But to me, it's holding its own. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's a pullback. And I think it's just getting relative strength, or it pulled back, allowing us to maybe get into Intel. Anyway, so we'll see. If you're not into it, that is, as a stock. It also pays a dividend. So in an intermediate term, fast money day trade, I'm not sure about a stock for a quick option play. A lot of volumes are not on the board today, except for Palantir, which is down 80 cents or so. It has a 10-day ATR or a 10-day volume of 55 million shares, and today it's at 58, but it's down. So that doesn't tell me, Palantir, that I want to be in that. I do know that I want to go through a couple things for you. I think that what we have on, I may have been a little early. Hopefully we didn't bore you. And I know it's a trading room and we're supposed to have a trade every second of the day. And we tend to have secondary trades with the algo. My concept to look for shorts up between 33 3/4 and 40. All right, maybe I should have said 43. I was off, but here we have a short. And I said, when the algo goes short, it's a high probability. And everything about this ES trade that's on now in the algo room, and again, it is short from 37.5, right in the ball game, came on weakening volume structure. So again, it's not going to be the greatest trade in the world, but it was a cerebral trade. It came with thought. It came with homework. It wasn't flipping a coin. I didn't roll the cube. I have it right here, but I didn't do it, and that's all good. We came to give you evidence to make you a better trader, to say, or confidence that says, hey, Apple's down, this is down. Jaron said, hey, this is down. I think Tesla, for example, and that all worked. Stocks that would have beaten the crap out of everybody. I do know I saw this on TV. People got to be in space. It's going to be a big mover. Are you out of your mind? When a stock goes up and the volume goes down, or there is no longer term volume, it doesn't. You might make a short-term trade, but to me, I just want to reinstill. When the longer-term volume is going down and you're trying to buy a breakout, it ain't a good formula. There's no backstop for funds or institutions to support the pullback. So to me, this is, for example, I just want to give a case study of why do I avoid certain things and momentum names. And that That's one example right there. All of this nonsense. I don't know if all of it's nonsense, but anyway, Bumble. I don't understand the hookup. I'm a married guy. We're going to be celebrating, believe it or not, 34 years. I was 14 when I married Mary, by the way, just in case anyone wanted to do the math on that theta expiration play right there. There's a lot of theta left on that, but 34 years I've been with Mary. Wow. Some people put her in sainthood for putting up with me. I wouldn't do that. You know, it's a two-way street, right, Bonnie? It's a two-way street. Men's rooms in most restaurants, the men room on the left and the women's on the right, because they say women are always right. So I'll just say, okay, fine, I'll buy that story. A lot have gone on. I don't know. I lost concentration. So I'm not into hookup apps, and I'm not even going to investigate that hookup app. I'm not even going to do due diligence and look at that hookup app. I don't want Mary to come in and see me on an internet looking at a hookup app with 20-year-old girls, blondes. There's just no chance in hell that I'm ever going to do that. I couldn't afford the lawyer. Half. And in a divorce, they always get the better half of everything. They don't get the liabilities. I don't know. I'm just saying, and I don't want to get my ears boxed in. So I would not do my due diligence on Bumble. And that was a new IPO company that came out, the Hook app. Stitch. I do believe in Roblox, but by God, what the WTF? I mean, I didn't say to buy the breakout yesterday, but how the hell do you get stuff just to tell you, how does it run up like that and puke the very next day? This is not your what's the word I'm looking for? This is not your the old school. We saw U.S. Steel. A lot of these stocks are just up and down. There's no smoothness to this world anymore. So we got to be a little bit careful. And that's what I tried to be with where we're in and the stocks and the stuff that we're in. So hopefully we can come out a little bit. All we need is no big deal, a $9 rally, 10, 12, and we'll be all right on win. We needed PayPal to really kick into gear, and it's not doing it. Crappy beer maker, Tap. I still like it. I mean, look at that pattern on the weekly chart. It looks consolidated to me. Closes, it's above the opening range. Long-term volume looks a hell of a lot better. We had a fighting chance with a company like Tap versus Space because of the longer-term volume. So while I might not be right every second or every day or every week, sometimes we come out looking on average a little bit better. We've got this new company coming on, and maybe that's what's going on with Coinbase. We didn't get any news coming out with any of the pots in the out of Washington, D.C. I told you the story, taking Mary to her doctor, this little grade school or high school over there on Blue Heron, Dave B. I don't know. It's over there just east of Congress. And it says, this school, drug-free school. And then 3 blocks away is literally a medical marijuana store. Unreal. Just unreal. And talk about irony. That's our society. Anyway, cryptocurrency down just a bit. Why? I don't know. It's maybe over accelerated. Coinbase, people want to raise equity for that. I'm not saying that this is I mean, they say Bitcoin's only going to be so many mined from moving forward and blah, blah, blah. I never have been anti-Bitcoin. You've never heard that out of my mouth. You've always heard me be a pro, but I think it's a tradable. If you bought it way down here, hang on to it. If you're buying it up here, be careful. Wes, you hang on, and you're the one we're assigning. By the way, the whole room, Wes, you are single, correct? Still? I mean, I'm not saying you're going to be a permanent bachelor, but at this point, fairly single, correct? Fairly. That doesn't mean you don't have a steady and a bestest pal girl and all that. I'm just saying you don't have a ring on someone's finger. You haven't committed. Technically, that's all I'm saying. So technically, that's all I'm saying, and this is a no ring. All right. So, Wes, would you please be the the hookup app for us? We'll put you in charge. We got Jeff N in charge of Bitcoin. We got Andy in charge of advanced decline and benchmarks. Wes is our hookup app. Everyone can refer to Wesley for investments in the hookup apps and the popularity there if we want to invest in that. All right. On a serious note, I keep going back to Wendy's. Look at the bright blue outperformance. Look at the and I've been on this since we had the high close doji, the volume, blah blah blah. The only thing it's missing is monthly volume, which could come in at the end of the month, and you have a monthly high close doji, which I would tell you this is that's just brutal. Nikes, right? I mean. That move last year was when we had kind of like I'm thinking Wayfair went to 22, MGM went to 6 as well, or 5 or 3 or something stupid. I mean, that was just insanity. And now it's back to kind of fair value, but no one seems to be in the trade. But that might change as we get a close greater than a last conditional change. This could really spike higher on Wendy's. I don't know. I tend to migrate to stocks that have a better longer term, but I will take advantage of a monthly high close doji because they're rare and they're very, very reliable. So the month ain't over, but we did get a weekly high close doji, and you could see why I put a lot of analysis into high close dojis because they tend to move up. My failure is not to pay at an end of day better attention. I try to teach you to do this, is look for high close dojis on a daily basis, and basically 8 to 10 days later you should see at least a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio achieved. Maybe that's where we go wrong and not put on enough option directional trades in the room that could be better suited for these patterns. So if we see a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, at least on a high close doji, we could take some better advantages of that. And that's on the inverse, when we get into like an overall pullback environment, recession, higher interest rate environment, when this party of equities ends 1 year, we take the opposite of buying puts when we get daily low close dojis, and that's where we stand there. A lot of daily high close dojis in foreign market potential ETFs. We're not there yet. But we are seeing some mixing of the guard, so to speak. VMware, by the way, there was a monthly high close doji. It's up. They're going to form a weekly breakout. That's not a high close doji, but VMware today looks like it's got some pretty decent upside. I always like to look at the bright blue on this PMC with the strength moving average being green. That means it didn't just turn positive today. It's been working over time. And so when you get a green versus a white, this is still like Activision. It means that it's improving, but it hasn't really flipped into like conviction list. And I think that's where we would get a better odds. Software internet, I don't know what to tell you. We had this whole thing about Zoom and blah, blah, blah. And, here now it's down. Gaps higher, low close doji, it's down. For that, we just go up and down. At 1133, what generated new or fresh high or low close dojis? And I've got to maybe update my intraday page on this particular platform. Remember, we went through an extensive re-up over the weekend, and as you can see, everything's working better. So, but the point being is I don't have a lot of the list on my daily, on my short term that I should have. Just caught me with my pants down. Can't work everything all the time, so to speak. Anyway, God, if we could get a breakout just back up to like 90 on Insight, I know one of our members will be happy because he bought the low ass tick Unbelievable. Lucky. That was jealousy. If you heard me talk under my breath, Brian, good for you. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of new, fresh 60-minute high or low close dojis on anything that I see here. So bottom line, this has got to be the shittiest company on the planet. PXD, Pioneer Natural Resources, daily HCD. Be watchful of that. Anyway, all right. So we got a little scalp out of our ES model. It got popped out of a small little day trade. So I'm not sure what's the better trade: the short going with the volume downtrend on the ES, or buying the pullback near 30. Either way, it was a nice little idea to take a trade, and it did make some money. I didn't get you rich quick yet. The board is still eerily flat, black. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We did not get a breakdown of trend or pivot in the ES. Do not, no bueno buying put options in SPY yet. No, 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 no. We'll follow suit with that soon. We do have a potential high close doji 60-minute over pivot in ConAgra. I'd like to see it go up. It's probably one of the dumbest ass things that I mean, obviously it's dumb. Why is it dumb? Because it's not moving. It was smart because it had great longer term. It might take a little bit more time to come to fruition, and then it won't be so stupid. It almost has the appearance, I'm hoping, of a time bomb, where it's a delayed reaction. It gives us a chance to get in. We take advantage, like JetBlue, of market trickiness. Instead of buying breakouts, buy pullbacks to cost average in, and then hopefully we get filled, and then the market takes off. And that seems to be like what we have with a few names here. So we'll see if we can continue to do that. Thanks for listening so far. I'll be back in a little while. Nothing more to report. It seems that the market does its thing for the first couple hours, does nothing sideways, and then we come back at the end of the day. ATR on the ES, by the way, right now is more of normal years, which is scary. When I say normal years, from like 2012 to 2018, we had, in that era, we had, prior to the meltdown in September, remember 18 was that, what do I want to say? That midterm election year, right? And then we had that huge debacle when what's his face from the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, raised rates in that December, and we saw an ATR go to 90 on the ES. And today we're at 34. We have a 34 ATR today. We have an actual range of 14 and a half handles in the ES. It's kind of calming down. Anyway, PXD, daily potential high close doji. We've avoided some of the energy stocks of the, not just the energy stocks per se. I have avoided refiners. I'm looking here real quick. Today, come on, Boeing. Just go up another $5 to $10. That would be fine. That'll offset some losses on Win and the other one. Broker dealers. God, Citibank. Please be the bank you should be. Please be the year you need to be. Please make that wedge to be a promising wedge. And Lord, give me the strength to hold on to a winning trade. All right, that's the prayer for personsplanet.com. Put on the trade. If it has merits, we will be rewarded. Back to oil. We're seeing today a huge reversal, which is why we've got IWM keying up. Whack-a-mole. That's all it is. Look at the daily. I mean, are you out of your mind? We are flipping and a blinking. If that doesn't tell you, watch out. Williams and Company. We have a PPS after a sideways action. This could be exciting. I'm like, drum roll, please. We have really great looking stuff here. Now the question begs, is today the day you fine tune your bids on energy? I don't know about some of the refiners yet, but they're all relative strength outperforming. If there's a boy in that group, I don't know if you want to chase after Hess, but geez, it took how many bars to go down? It took 3 bars to go up. It's pretty amazing. Anyway, Schlumberger. All on an upgrade by JP Morgan. Something else doesn't look right. Kinder Morgan. Same story. That's got to be helpful. And my boy Williams. Where's Range Resources? Here we go. RRC. Looks like a sell signal dump before a possible pump. I'm going to avoid it. I don't like the open close monthly relationship. So I'm therefore not going to chase it if you're not in it from $2 last year. If you forget about it, revisit it another time. Marathon Petroleum. I want to see some of these white levels turn green. That means it's not a one-day wonder. It means that their relative strengths improved over time, and that might give us more legs. We already have a pretty, what I would have to say, 20% of the positions in the newsletter are all energy between Williams, Kinder, and Schlumberger. But we don't have refiners. So I'm just saying, this is pretty powerful. That's also, instead of saying, well, I want to add to more energy, you could say, hey, if the smaller cap energy sector is getting bid, if the small cap financials are getting bid, which they are, then it's going to translate to strength in the Russell. Just throwing that out there. Another tricky ass way the market's moving. And the Russell is moving today. And so is Labu. So anyway, thanks for listening, gang. We have what we have, and we'll go from there. Just what I wanted to say, no more. Even the SQQ went long, and the damn thing is covered half its position on a profit trailing stop function. Wow. Okay, what am I missing? That's it. I think I've covered it all. We had a member, by the way, ask a question. Here we are breaking down break, and the S&P. So looks like we're getting some of that heavy duty. What would you call it? Sell pressure coming in from what space do you think? Unfortunately, PayPal, everything else. One of our members asked, with JP Morgan's earnings, how would that affect Citi? I think JP Morgan, and the answer is I'm not sure if they are as much of an investment bank as an overall personal retail bank, right? Chase, JP Morgan, and all of that. It presents a good question, but to me, I think Citi had better dynamics on the longer term. So I'm sticking with the longer term outlook relative to JP Morgan is my answer. But anyway, all the markets are selling off right now. And like I said, today was the day to take shorts against 33.40. Watch the algos. You know, we just went on a SPY short. The advanced decline has been slipping all day. It's 3:12. You got 40 minutes left of the day with big banks and under a market divergence on the SPY with volume. And, you know, I don't think I've said anything that is a change of status on any of our current positions, or in fact, so far with the theme of the day. But bottom line, if I think the JP Morgan versus the Wells Fargo versus the USB versus everything else, I think, to me, the dynamics of JP Morgan did not look as promising as, which is why I avoided JP Morgan to begin with, bottom line. And anyway, that's my answer. I'm going to stick with Citi. I would hope, and I could be wrong here, but within the next few minutes, if one thought that Citi was not going to perform, one could, or have exposure with some bad juju, on a bad earnings report. The difference to me is that JP Morgan does more clearing, equities clearing, and Citi's, you know, not much as their business as an investment banking isn't as exposed. And I'm not sure that's the right answer, but that's my interpretation. Anyway, I did get a question on that, and I want to make sure I did answer it for the individual. If the individual's there. They asked the question a while ago and I didn't see it till now. So there it is. See, you are there. I didn't look, I spoke before looking. But anyway, that's my 2 cents of an interpretation on the difference between the banks. I like USB on an individual basis. One might have had a bad trade. One might have bought, you know, supported a hedge fund wrong. I'm not sure. One also, JP Morgan, if you look at how it, where it went to, I'm not sure I'm a big, you know, it just had different, dynamics to me. That's my 2 cents. I'm not saying that, for example, JP Morgan had a lot more to lose because it rose a lot further than everyone else, right? So when you take a look at a JP Morgan, for example, and you say, well, it broke out to the highs, it has a lot more to lose. And it's, you know, up here, it's not one that I'm not a fan of versus USB. This is a weekly chart now. Its weekly structure looks better. And I mean, if anything, they have more to benefit. And then finally with Citi, I think they have a little bit more to benefit too. I'm not a fan of the fact that the volume structure is down, but it's down because, well, the stock hasn't gone anywhere. You know, this is the weekly charts. So yeah, there is that slight risk. And if the market opens up, you know, we have a stop at underneath the lows. And I mean, you know, how do you play that? To me, I think there's still a shot. If JP Morgan's down and this is not down, and it's still maintaining its highs, it tells me that individual banks have maybe different exposure to what risk there is. Okay, end of story. What do I think of GE? Wow, let's take a look. What do I think of GE now? We are in a kind of a breakout mode. It looks okay. I mean, in the earnings season ahead of everything else, I don't know. It's not that bad, but it ain't that great. There's a lot of chatter that someone upgraded it, I think, that thinks it's going to $17. It could. I mean, they've shed a lot of their they shed a lot of divisions, profitable divisions. So I'm not sure. I'm not a fan of a company that goes up on the sheer fact that they liquidate their assets that were generating revenue. So now it's not the same company as it was over here. When it was over here, they had a couple divisions that were profitable. They sold profitable divisions. So I'm mixed on GE as far as a long-term trade. I might not be the smartest guy in the room, but I'm not the stupidest. And I do know that they have had, unless they come up with a new business model or they invested in Bitcoin at the very beginning and they control all of the Bitcoin, they've been liquidating some of their assets. Now, they still haven't improved their liabilities entirely, right? They still have a pension fund liability issue. And now what they've done is they've eliminated a couple divisions that were profitable, if I'm not mistaken. Now the longer term volume looks good. It looked better back here when we were talking about it at $7. Up here, I'm just not a fan up here. Let me put it that way. There is some resistance from way over here. And it's a different company today than it was there because of their assets. So if you own it, I would say you can stick with it until you get a sell signal. But if you're asking me, would I buy it today? And the answer is hell no. No. Is that the right call? I don't know. But to me, a company that liquidates is profitable because they liquidated their profitable assets, revenue, and they still have liability. I'm not sure I'm a big fan. And, I'm not a fan of companies to go up on, the CEO got fired or we got a new CEO. Well, that's fine. I think a company should be based on the merits of that it makes a profit, it produces goods, and it's got some, it's got a future. I'm not sure where GE's future is right now. That's my 2 cents. If you're in it, I'd stay with it until you're proven wrong. And you're not proven wrong, but if you're not in it, I would not buy it right here. Well, there is all I got to say on that. And that's all I have to say about that. All right. Well, thanks, Forrest, for that insights. It was very insightful. We had Forrest Gump come in and borrow us. So anyway. Jeff Scott is Coinbase. He got one at 350. That was supposed to be the opening price, right? On Coin, Jeff? It's 338 and 40, 338, 339 and counting. So Coinbase, I don't think that's could it get cheaper? It's probably a great long-term investment, I'm sure. Yeah, well, no, I thought 250, Jeff, was the friends and family, the initial price, but you can't get that. They were talking at opening up at around 350, I thought. It did go up to 429. Odds are that's not a bad purchase, to be honest, in an IPO first day event. But anyone interested, I would say, hey, that's another one that I think it ain't going anywhere, gang. In 5 years from now, odds are Coinbase won't be, I would have to imagine would be a lot higher than here in 5 years. So where's it going to be 2 hours from now? I have no idea. Yeah, not like a huge commitment there, Jeff, to really go wrong. That's a dinner for two with a decent bottle of wine at a decent restaurant. Maybe 3. Not 4 people. No way. You could not take 4 people to dinner with pre-dinner drinks, an appetizer, dessert, and a bottle of wine. No chance at any good, nice restaurant. So you have, or a minute or an hour at the tables that win. No, you couldn't even play a penny slot machine for $350. Let's not fool yourself. And if you win to win with $350, you're not getting comped. You might get a free cup of coffee if you're playing on the table. Maybe. If you lost it in one fell swoop, especially at a $50 blackjack table, if you're at the craps, it's different. It's funny. Sometimes those cocktail waitresses don't show up at those lower end tables very often. Just throwing that out there. If you could survive a day at Wynn for $350, then you know how to gamble. Maybe the Rio, Jeff. You could go over to the Rio. Orleans. You could survive Orleans for $350. Google the Orleans and you'll laugh your ass off. All right. Thanks for the banter. But I think that's not a bad play on Coinbase here. I'm just not sure at 335 or 329 a minute ago or 339. I don't think anyone could go bad on that. A long-term investment. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it has to start somewhere. And so maybe start a little bit here and a little bit there, everywhere a little bit. Thanks for listening, gang. And by the way, I wanted to address Mike T. When you talked about Citi and its effect versus Goldman possibly, or JP Morgan, you could also argue, well, what about Wells Fargo? Because that's only up, 5% today. And look at Wells Fargo. I mean, yesterday was a daily sell signal, a dump, and then what they did today, pumped it. I mean, this is the most promising pattern I've ever seen in any market, is the dump pump syndrome. Dump it, get everyone out, and then pump it right in your face. It's unbelievable. I wouldn't go around making a business plan on that, but to buy every time there's a dump, because dumps sometimes are the real thing, but under the right conditions, it's a little bit different. When in the case of Wells Fargo, the longer term monthly, just to tell you, I mean, the longer term volume is going up, not down. So it's supporting a backstop of, there was something there. I'm not in Wells Fargo because I made my bet with USB, US Bancorp, and also Citi based on the longer term. We'll find out tomorrow. You know what? If Citi's up 3% tomorrow, then I'm right. Right now, I'm not right. I'm just observant. So that's all. I'm just observant. I'm observant. But that was a very good question. And it definitely, what's the word I was thinking of? I mean, you can't really get in a hedge and not spend a little extra dollar on Citi. You could get in in this case, you could probably sell upside premium because you're long the stock and put a collar on that strategy. And so selling upside premium on Citi and buying some downside puts. Now that might be something worthy of a consideration if A, you're in a heavy enough position, and B, you have enough time to put the trade on. So Mike T, if you're concerned because of that flip of a coin, what do you believe? The negativity of JP Morgan or the positivity of Wells Fargo? And so in that case, if the market's up 3 or 4%, okay, you're long the stock. Right now, that's the prime time. This is the prime time to put on a collar because you're not at a loss of the trade on Citi. If you're in the newsletter trade, that is, you're at a profit. So you can sell upside calls and use that money to buy downside put and cancel the stop and stick with the trade. So that would be a good. That's actually a smart trade, a conservative trade to put on the collar because you can get a little extra premium ahead of earnings with the insight. So if you can do on that with the basis of trading options, meaning if you have access to options, some accounts can't trade options, trading a collar based on the flip a coin. Who's right, Wells or JP Morgan? I mean, if you did like a simple expiration, if you wanted to go with, let's say, to ride through maybe a little volatility, the rest of the banking, the May 7th weeklies, for example, they don't have as much of the implied volatility. You can go with next week to ride out a little bit of maybe in case there's downside market reaction. And next week, weekly's implied vol is like 48. So that's pretty close to the current week, which expires Friday. I mean, you could sell the 74 strike call, collect $1.05, and buy the 71.5 strike put. So that might be the play. And then you collect a net premium of like 20 cents, Mike T, if you're listening to that. Now, what does that do? It doesn't get you rich, but if the market goes up tomorrow, next week, it comes back right where it's at, that you've got a credit on that trade, right? And that's actually that's a smart trade. And if the market goes up, well, all right, you get called out of your trade, you still have a credit, right? And you have a credit from, if I'm not mistaken, I just said 74, right? The market's at 72.69, and you're long, if you're based on the newsletter, you're long at 70.21. So you'll be pissed you didn't make a whole bunch of money, but you made money, and you're going to make almost $4 on that trade. So a little bit more like 6%. So you have locked in a 6% trade on an earnings by selling again. And you know what? That might be worthy of putting out in an email if I could do it fast enough not to piss everybody off that says, why did he put out an email this fast? So I thank you, Mike. You got me doing. I'm going to work on it right now for people. It's an option. I'll put it as an option. Like, hey, guys, an option, an alternative. If you want to take protection, do this trade. Boom, collect a profit. A net credit of 20 cents, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I'll work on that right now. So again, anyway, thought I'd just thanks Mike T for initiating what's the word I'm looking for? Probe. And I'm glad I was in here on the last minute. Always nice to see what's going on at the end of the day. Jeff, and I appreciate your posts. And as far as taking positions on a hedge on Citi, I think it's smart. It limits your profits, obviously. I mean, if the stock goes to 76, you're going to be like, Jesus, John, I could have made an extra $2. Big deal. If it goes to 70, we could trade around a position, buy back the, we can just lower our stop and keep the put on for another week, bottom line. So that's why I like the next week weekly options in this case. You get a little bit of a credit, and only because we're already long this trade at a lower level. So it allows a bit of room to put that collar on and taking advantage of a higher IV, that's implied volatility, ahead of earnings. Now, I do apologize if you're not in the room, or for those, well, I don't have to apologize to you guys because you're in the room. But I tweeted out, I guess the best possible way of saying it without being I don't want to call it a jerk. You tweet something out that you didn't give Twitter people a chance to, people don't know what my positions are if they don't have a subscriber in the newsletter. But so subscribers, here's a good idea. If you're long the trade and you have an earnings and you're mixed, put on a collar. What do you do at worst case scenario? You limited your profit. In this case, if the stock pukes and you have a free trade in the sense that I'm selling upside calls to help finance a downside put, I mean, 7150, it limits, you're locking yourself into a profit and you don't have to worry about a loss of a gap lower against you. If you do this collar, I'm not sure where you're going to get them off. I don't know where exactly the market is going to be for some of those people that get email alerts only. Did they open their email fast enough? Do they have enough time to open up their platform? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know where the spread's going to be by the time they get it. But the point is, at least you have a shot at doing a spread anywhere from even money to 20-cent credit, more or less, from the time we started to talk about this. And more importantly, it gives you a fighting shot of being back the next day. If you're into holding Citi longer term, you still have a shot of protection unless you get called out of the trade. And I don't think you're going to get called out of the trade on a move. If it went to 74, I don't know how many people that own a 74 call wants to exercise and assign a long position at 74, 74. It'd have to be deep in the money, like 79. And then someone might execute. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. I can't believe where the market kind of stopped this close right here in the SPY. If you look where we were, where did we close the SPY? Look at my red line in the sand. Is that just one of these irritating coincident levels? Anyway, you do have a market that's dribbling off the highs. No one needs to hear me babble about this anymore because I already babbled this morning with you guys. Enough babbling. All right, I'll see everybody. Thanks a lot, Mike T. I think it was, a good way of saying what would you do and how would you do it. And I think it's a great suggestion, for preservation of capital. And you have one stock like JP Morgan down hard. You got one stock like Wells Fargo up. Where's Citi fall in between those two business models? Kind of in between, but they're not Jamie Dimon, right? They're not JP Morgan. They're not settling as much or as many hedge funds or funds. I think Citi definitely kind of unwound their global equity desk a couple of years ago. So I mean, they still do dabble, but they're not as extensive as Goldman as an investment bank. So anyway, that's all I got. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, everybody.